Okay, something weird is happening. And hello everyone. Tonight we're gonna be doing something I haven't really done before, which is actually using 17 Land's tier list feature. Okay, the weird thing that was just happening seems to have stopped, because for some reason my earbud was, I think, switching into microphone mode. Probably because, like, maybe it got set as a default device somehow. Even though I could have sworn I uninstalled the separate device that is just for the microphone mode for my earbuds, because it sounds like shit and I never use it. Because, well, I have an actual microphone, but for some reason OBS decided I'm just gonna switch over to default instead of defaulting to your actual microphone. So that's fun. Alright, so I think a good place to start is actually going to be the lands, because they're fairly simple to able to assess, especially given that there's exactly one new land. Everything else is a reprint. So you have the Ally Shocklands, oh, I did something weird with the cropping. Alright, there we go. Now it's all visible. We have Evolving Wilds, and we have Eclipsed Realms, which is similar to Unclaimed Territory. In fact, it is well, it's not strictly worse, because you have to choose Elemental, Elf, Fairy, Giant, Goblin, Kithkin, Merfolk, or Treefolk, instead of being able to just choose any creature type. But tap add 1 mana of any color allows you to spend that mana only to cast a spell of the chosen type, or activate an ability of a source of the chosen type. Whereas Unclaimed Territory, in fact, actually, if you are playing one of those creature types, it is better than Unclaimed Territory. That being said, generally you're not gonna pick any of these above a non-land. I'm gonna just go ahead and put all of them except for Evolving Wilds in C. Evolving Wilds is a C- solely because it always puts the land in tapped. They get to be in C by default just because they are not, like, actively detrimental to your gameplay. I could probably actually bump them down to D. So that's the lands done. So I'm gonna just... You know what? Let's start with the commons and then go by color. So that means whether we're starting off with Gallant Fell Knight. When this creature enters, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Kithkin creatures you control also gain first strike until end of turn. And it's a 3/4. It's a 3/4 for 4. So that's a little bit... That's a little bit below passing the vanilla test. In terms of quadrant theory, I'd say it's definitely, especially if you're on the Kithkin deck, it can be good if you're at parity, if you're ahead. Maybe not so much when you're developing, because you don't necessarily have the wide board needed to fully take advantage, which that's apparently the Kithkin strategy, is going wide. But when you're at parity, it gets, especially if, again, you're playing primarily Kithkin, that gives you potentially a whole board of first strikers that can swing in. So let's see, I've got B noted as decent uncommons and good commons. So I'm gonna say we put it in B for the time being. Right, Gold Meadow Nomad. It's a 1/2 for 0 for 1. It's technically enough to pass the vanilla test. Exile this card from your graveyard to create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token, activated only as a sorcery. It doesn't seem that impressive. And it's only slightly bigger than a 1/1 for 1. That sounds like a D tier to me. We've got Keep Out. Choose one. Keep Out deals 4 damage to the target tapped creature, or destroy target enchantment. Seems quite solid. I would say honestly about the only quadrant that doesn't necessarily fit in as parity, because if you're at parity, your opponent might not be swinging quite so much. Same with the head, honestly. Because if you're on the beatdown, your opponent, unless they're trying to race you, is not going to be swinging quite so much, and that's the default time when creatures are going to be tapped, unless you make them tapped. I'd say as a removal spell at instant speed, B+. Also got Liminal Hold. When this enchantment enters, exile up to one target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. You gain 2 life. Probably actually put this in just regular B. And I'd say these are about, because sure, this doesn't require the creature to be tapped. In fact, it doesn't even require the target to be a creature. So it gains more versatility in targeting, because there's no limit on type other than non-land, and it has to rather than it being either tapped creature with 4 or less toughness or an enchantment, but it is twice as expensive and slower. Right, Reluctant Downguard. This creature enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it. Whenever a creature you control enters with this creature has a -1/-1 counter on it, remove a -1/-1 counter from this creature. So technically, if you're counting which I feel like is at least worth considering, you know, with creatures that started with that enter with counters that change their power and toughness, to almost just count that as the base power and toughness with a vanilla test, because that's what you're starting with. That's what they are in a vacuum. So you're starting out slightly under, starting out a little bit under the expectations set by the vanilla test, because that's a 2/2 for 3. Usually you want to be getting at least a 3/3 for that much mana. It's a decent during developing, because especially if you're going to follow it up with more creatures, and if you're playing the Kithkin deck, you most likely are. Heck, I mean, if you're playing limited in general, you're usually gonna follow this up with more creatures. If you're behind, not spectacular. Especially since you have to remove those -1/-1 counters to not have it be behind on mana value. you know, the value for your mana. I feel like this is a C-. Yeah, at parity doesn't really do much. Because at parity you need something that can break the board state. And a guy that doesn't even enter at full power is not breaking it, taking much in the board states. When you're ahead, he's fine, I guess. River Guard's Reflexes. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains first strike until end of turn. Untap it. I mean, that can give you the last little bit of oomph needed to turn a near kill to a win. And so useful in ahead. My understanding, and combat tricks can be very useful in the developing stages of the game. I feel like that's at least a C. Shore Lurker. Flying when this creature enters Surveil 1, and it's a 3/3 for 4. So a version of the vanilla test I was reading about from Tumblr user, her Black Deck wins. You assign points equal to the total power and toughness, and then add on like 2 points if it has Flying, Trample, Menace, Prowess, First Strike, Flash, or Hexproof. 1 point if it has Death Touch, Reach, Vigilance, or has Lifelink or Haste, and -2 points if it has Defender. So that effectively gives us a point total of 8, which is right where you want to be for a 4/4, well, for a 4-cost card. I'd say it's probably, yeah, it's a pretty sizable flyer as well. Well, just in general. It's like definitely good at parity, decent. He's in developing. And could be good when ahead. Not necessarily stellar when behind, but not very many cards are all that great when you're behind. We've got Spiral into Solitude. Enchanted creature can't attack or block. One white, and then white. Blight 1, sacrifices aura, exile enchanted creature. To Blight 1, put a -1/-1 counter on a creature you control. I mean, solid version of this effect, I would say. They probably put like B tier right along these two. You know, fairly cheap removal for creatures, and can remove them very permanently. Sun-Dappled Celebrant. 4 white, convoke and vigilance for a 5/6. It's a tree folk, so it doesn't really tie into any of the archetypes. Because according to the pre-release guide, that's elves, goblins, kithkin, merfolk, and I believe it was elementals. Five-6 with vigilance does, you know, pass the vanilla test. And if you're going wide, which at least one version of the white deck wants to, that convoke could be big. I think probably C, maybe C+. Timid Shield Bearer. It's 2/2 for 2, so passes the vanilla test. 4 into white, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Not terrible in the developing stages. Could give you a little bit of extra oomph to pull out a victory. Probably not helping you much when you're behind. You could maybe break parity on occasion. I'd say probably like right here. Tributary Vaulter. 1/3, 8 for 3, Merfolk Warrior, or with flying. And whenever this creature becomes tapped, another target Merfolk you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So 4 points for the power and toughness, then another 2. Seems pretty solid. Especially if you say you've got another Merfolk that also, especially another Merfolk that has evasion, or is just a big threat. would be even better if it could give that +2/+0 to itself. Well, since then it can basically just be a 3/3 on its own. I'm gonna say goes in B-. Probably actually rating some of these comments a little too high. But you know, we can revisit that once we get more into the uncommons and the rares and whatnot. Wandering Preacher. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, gain 2 life. 2/2 for 2 with upside. I'd say it just joins the other 2/2 for 2 with upside. Maybe a little bit higher just because the upside is a little easier to get. Appeal to Erdu. Convoke. 1 or 2 creatures each get +2/+1 until end of turn. So, you know, combat trick. 4. You are getting a temporary 6 total power and toughness out of the deal in the best case scenario. And the Convoke helps you to pay for it. So let's put it in C+ for now. And that's all the white commons done. And so on to blue, where we have Aqua Text Defenses. Flash, enchant creature you control. Well, when this aura enters, enchanted creature gets hexproof until end of turn. Or an enchanted creature gets +1/+2. So you're getting permanent 3 power and toughness is added onto a creature, and it saves it from a removal spell. Decent when you're decent when you're ahead because it helps preserve your lead. Decent when you're developing to also preserve your progress towards a stable board state. I'm gonna say it's at least a C+, yeah. Blossom Bind. Enchant creature. When this aura enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature can't become untapped and can't have counters put on it. One thing to check is how good is stopping counters from being put on a creature. I'd say probably, particularly a creature that's not going to be untapped, and thus can't, say, take advantage of +1/+1 counters, which I don't think there even are any +1/+1 counters in this set because it's doing stuff with -1/-1s. And usually sets only have one or the other. It's a decent removal with the upside of turning off the ability to use that for Blight if I use it as a target for Blight costs, if I understand how that interacts correctly. The Gleamermite. 2/2 for 3 with flash and flying, and when this creature enters, choose one, tap target creature, untap target creature. So that is is 6 points. You know, that's 8 points. So that's high on the French vanilla test. Could be good in developing, could be fairly decent on parodies, and if you just need one blocker out of the way. Or to have a surprise trick of untapping one of your creatures. I think it's probably a B- at least. Gravelgill Scoundrel. 2 for a 1/3 Merfolk Rogue with Vigilance. Whenever this creature attacks, you may tap another untapped creature you control. If you do, this creature can't be blocked this turn. Okay, so definitely good in parity. Because it's got unconditional evasion as long as it's got a buddy you can tap. It's got Vigilance. So that pushes it, so that definitely pushes it over on the French vanilla test. That's even without accounting for the unblockability effect. So I'd say probably another B-, as at least. Kolrath Mystic. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, this creature gets +2/+0 and it gains Vigilance until end of turn. It's a creature that already passes the vanilla test, since it's got total power and toughness 6 and costs 3, that as early as the next turn can become a 4/4 with Vigilance. Definitely solid beater for like the middle of the developing phase. can do some stuff in your head as well. Say put it here. Similar to the sun-dappled celebrant. We've got a reprint of Run Away Together. Choose 2 darker creatures controlled by different players. Return those creatures to their owner's hands. So it is basically two mana, return a creature you don't control to its owner's hand with an additional cost that also gives situational upside in that you get to have whatever creature you returned enter the field again. And it is an instant. And this could actually be good when behind. Especially if you're facing a big attack. Because you can block a creature. And you can block a creature and return the blocker and a big creature on the opponent's side to your hand, to the owner's hands. I'd say this is fairly decent. Like, it would be better if it did not rely on you having a creature on the field. Silver Guild Peddler. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, draw a card, then discard a card, and it's a 2/3. I mean, ability-wise, it's grand without some of the more potent shenanigans. You know, it doesn't reduce the cost of any spells. And it's also more expensive to cast. But I mean, it's one of the better ways to draw cards in Limited, since it is affecting the board outside of drawing cards. I'd say C. Stratosaur. Flying, when this creature enters, target creature gains flying until end of turn. Basic land cycling, 1 blue. For 5 mana, and it's a 3/5. So that's 8 points for the base power and toughness. Another 2 points for the flying. So that's pretty much exactly the rate you want at that mana cost. But you also get the basic land cycling and the give a creature flying, which helps break parity. It helps when you're ahead. Especially since it gives one of your creatures flying, so you can attack with that creature if it was already on the field from a previous turn. and then you still have a second flyer the next turn, even if that creature dies. I'm gonna say somewhere in the B- territory. Summit Sentinel. When this creature dies, draw a card. For a 1/3 for a for 2. That seems like a C- to me. Like not terrible in developing, not spectacular anywhere else. Thirst for Identity. Draw 3 cards and discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature card. I mean, usually, actually that's an uncommon. We're supposed to be looking at Temporal Cleansing right now. Sorcery, convoke. Okay, the owner of target non-land permanent puts it into their library, second from the top or on the bottom. Well, let's see how it compares to other cards that do similar things. It's like we've got Burying Books. 5 mana, but costs 2 less if it targets a creature that's attacking. Chrono Stutter. Though it is a sorcery. So that puts it more in the vein of Demon Inferior. In fact, other than the conditions under which it costs less, well, requires you to tap fewer lands at least, it is exactly Demon Inferior. Like, the discount is convoke rather than 1 less for each card you've drawn this turn. Which doesn't... In some ways, that could make it a better Demon Inferior. So I'm gonna say C+ at least. Unexpected Assistance. Convoke, draw 3 cards and discard a card. So I've got at least 2. Draw 3 and discard 2. Oof. Next in the same set. This one has Convoke. So for it to be as good on mana from lands, you have to tap at least 1 creature. for it to be as good as Coil and Catch. Again, then discard a card. It does have some synergies with the merfolk stuff, because those are all about tapping your own creatures. As much as I feel like you don't really get much, like, you know, cards affect the board theory indicates that it's a card that just draws you cards is bad. It does give you an enabler for when this creature becomes tapped. And if there are draw synergies at anywhere in the set, it can be good for those. Like if there's something that cares about drawing a second card, I'm gonna say C- at best. Wonderwine Distractor. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-0 until end of turn. It's a 4/3 for 4. I mean, minusing to just as power and not toughness is not removal, since it only makes a creature not hit as hard. While they still remain an available blocker. Could be a lot better on parity and ahead. Doesn't really do much. It's fine on development. Doesn't really do much on behind, I would say. I think probably a C tier. Wild Unraveling. It's an additional cost to cast a spell, Blight 2 or pay 1. And counter target spell. I mean, if you don't have way to benefit from the Blight, it is just cancel. I'm gonna go with maybe like C+, because it is at least removal. Right, so that's blue done for the commons. Dream Caesar. When this creature enters, you may blight 1. If you do, each opponent discards a card. To blight 1, put a -1/-1 counter on a creature you control. It's a 3/2. That's 5 power and toughness for the 4 mana, but you're getting flying, so it's more like 7. I'd say it's somewhere in probably C+. Heirloom Ante. This creature enters with 2 -1/-1 counters. Sounding familiar. Whenever another creature you control dies, surveil 1, then remove a -1/-1 counter from this creature. I mean, technically that is a better effect. It's just a matter of actually, yeah, I'd say that's a meaningful difference, because that means that it always has a trigger that matters when a creature you control dies. I'd say that upgrades it to a C compared to Reluctant Downguard or at C-. Like, it is at minimum upper C-. Like, I mean, this could see inclusion in the circle, which is my ACDC easy brawl deck. Because it would let me surveil every time a creature I control dies. Moonglow of Extractor. When this creature attacks, you draw a card and lose 1 life. And you have 2 in black. 2/1. I feel like they're like right in there. Maybe the Extractor is even a D+. Yeah, I mean, he's good and I mean, I think by turn 4 he's probably gonna die if you attack with them. Like, sure, you're getting a card, but you're losing the creature and 1 life. Like, it's certainly not as good as Silvercoat Old Peddler over here. Yeah, well, with the whole being able to do it repeatedly without attacking, if you can and find enough ways to tap the creature without attacking. Although, like, if you can find a way to give him, like, evasion, I suppose. Scarblade Scout. Lifelink. When this creature enters, mill 2 cards. It is a 2/2 for 2 with lifelink. So a slightly upgraded bear. Assuming that milling is at worst negligible. think he goes in here. Like, good on developing. Not terrible at parody. Scarblade's Malice. Target creature you control gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, create a 2/2 black and green elf creature token. Which basically means that if your creature is below a 2/2, you get, and you're not getting like good abilities off of it. That's potentially an upgrade. In fact, like if you use this on a blocking creature, your up life and your up creatures compared to your up total number of creatures compared to your opponent guaranteed, because either the creature survives or it dies and creates an elf, unless it like gets exiled or something. I'd say at least a B minus. Auntie's Sentence. Sorcery. Choose one. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land permanent card from it. That player discards that card. So, Thoughtseize? Well, not non-land permanent, so not quite Thoughtseize. I guess a variation on Duress, basically. Or target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. So I guess kind of just narrow removal. Barbed Bloodletter. Artifact Equipment. Flash. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains Wither until end of turn. It deals damage to creatures in the form of -1/-1 counters. Equipped creature gets +1/+2. I mean, for an equipment, it seems solid. If you're dealing with something that can't die by normal means, then the Wither is an upside. In fact, really, against creatures, unless Death Touch is involved, unless like Death Touch or Lifelink is involved, Wither is better than dealing damage. Because it causes the effect of the damage to stick around. I mean, it is an equipment, so I'm gonna say... I mean, it's an equipment, but it equips immediately. It's a C+. Vile Boggart. Or Bogart, whichever way it's pronounced. When this creature dies, put a -1/-1 counter on up to one target creature. And it's a 1/1 for 1. That seems like a D+ to me. Blight Rot. Put 4 -1/-1 counters on target creature. And that's for 3. That seems... I mean, that's gonna kill a lot of things. I'm gonna say that is at least our first B+. Blighted Blackthorn. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, you may blight 2. If you do, you draw a card and lose 1 life. So, you know, the same thing that this guy does, but with more of a cost. But also, you can do it when it enters. And say it's getting you 10 power and toughness for 5 mana. So I mean, it is... I'd say it's at least a C. The Bogart Prankster. Or again, Bogart, but I think it's Bogart. So Bogart Prankster. Whenever you attack, target attacking goblin you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So another creature that would passes a vanilla test and gives some small benefit. Bog Slither's Embrace. As an additional cast to cost a spell, blight 1 or pay 3. Sorcery. Exile target creature for 2 mana. That seems very good. Depending on if you can stand to hand the 1 blight. Dawnhand Eulogist. 3/3 for 4 menace. So that's 8 points on the French vanilla test already. So it's right where it needs to be on that. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards. Then if there's an elf card in your graveyard, each opponent loses his 2 life and you gain 2 life. I mean, it does hit the opponent directly immediately, I'm gonna say that that's a C+. Like, works well in your head. Gives you an evasion creature with here to help with parity. Synergizes with graveyard stuff. Why is Fairy Macabre showing up? Because Fairy Macabre is actually was originally printed as a common, but is a special guest. 2/2 with flying for 4. I mean, seems like a C tier to me. Maybe even C minus, but I mean, decent rate, 2/2 with flying for 3. Other upside is very situational. Like, you need to be up against something that cares about cards being in the graveyard. The crop's still a little wonky, but you can't seem to do much more about it. Maybe it's actually sideboard. I mean, it's still solid, even if you're not getting anything out of exiling cards from graveyards. Alright, so now we're moving on to red for the commons. Bone Club Berserker. This creature gets +2/+0 for each other goblin you control. And it's a 2/4. So as long as you control at least one other goblin, it is at the base rate that you should expect for a 4-cost card. And like, if you're in the developing phase and you've been playing goblins this entire time, that's like a 6/4. That seems decent. Doesn't really do anything to break parity. A nice big guy to hit people with when you're ahead. I'm gonna say C would be a lot better if he had some form of evasion. It's like, if you can give him evasion, like trample or something, he's probably gonna go higher than C. Brambleback Brute. This creature enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it. 1 in red. Remove a counter from this creature. Target creature can't block this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. And it's 3 mana. For 4/5, albeit one that enters as a 2/3. good for breaking parity if you just need like a couple creatures out of the way. It's a creature that you can cast during the early turns that can grow by removing those -1/-1 counters. Unlike this guy and this gal, she's got a built-in way to remove the counters. She also gets out between the three of them, she also gets more stats. I'm gonna say that she brings this seeming cycle, like half cycle, I guess, because there's no blue one, out of the C-, which honestly the ante might be able to go into C if the surveil seems good. Burning Curiosity. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may blight 1. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. If this spell's additional cost was paid, exile the top 3 cards instead. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. I mean, it's a way to seek out a parity breaker. If you've got something that benefits from Blight, like technically Brambleback Root kind of benefits from Blight, then that will also help. But it doesn't affect the field directly, so I'm gonna say C-. Same tier as Unexpected Assistance. Cinder Strike. It's an additional cost to cast a spell. You may blight. You may blight 1. Cinder Strike deals 2 damage to target creature. It deals 4 damage to that creature instead if this spell's additional cost was paid. I mean, seems pretty good. Elder Auntie. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 and black and red goblin creature token. So you're getting 3/3 divided between 2 bodies. And there's at least one goblin that cares about having lots of goblins. I think that's a C tier. Enraged Flamecaster. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, this creature deals 2 damage to each opponent. It's a 3/2 with reach. Seems kind of similar to Colrath Mystic. Might actually be a little bit better just because it's got the reach. Although it does also die more easily. And you kind of have to weigh, which is better. +2, it would give this creature +2 in vigilance, or just hit your opponent in the face directly for 2. Feed the Flames. Feed the Flames deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Seems decent, a little on the expensive side for removal. But it can heal off stuff and shuts down any dies triggers. Flame Chain Mauler. Or 2 mana 2/2, so decent on developing. But also has the ability of 2 mana, Fire Breathing and Menace. I'd say that this guy's at least a C tier. Flamekin Guildweaver. 4 mana for a 4/3 with trample, and when this enters, it create a treasure token. So effectively, you're spending 3 mana on it, since you immediately get a mana back. So 4/3. And also, triggers any artifact synergies because it's making an artifact. Trample is worth 2 points. Being a 4/3 is worth 7 points, so 9. That is a very good rate for something you're spending only 3 mana on. So I'd say probably like C+. Gristle Glutton. Tap Blight 1, discard a card. If you do, draw a card. It's a 1/3 for... I mean, I'm not particularly impressed. Like, maybe if you've got some cool -1/-1 counter synergies. Colrath's Zealot. When this creature enters, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Basic land cycling thing 2. And it's a 6/5. I'd say C, because it's slightly below the rate you would expect for vanilla of that cost, but it can be used to smooth over a bad hand, and it's got pseudo cantrip effect. Reckless Ransacking. Target creature gets +3/+2 until end of turn. Create a treasure token. So effectively it costs 1. I'd say that is at least a B-. Tweeze. Tweeze deals 3 damage to any target. You may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Feed the Flames, 5 damage for less than 5 mana, so I'm gonna say that it goes in here, maybe even down here. Right, onto the green commons. Assert Perfection. Target creature you control gains +1/+0 until end of turn. Deals damage equal to its power to up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Seems like it can be solid removal if you... Like, certainly some of the better green removal you're gonna get. Especially since it's damage equal to power and not fight. So the creature doesn't take any damage in return. Crossroads Watcher. Trample whenever or another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1, gets +1/+0 until end of turn. And by default is Fringe Vanilla 3/3 with Trample, so that's decent. Even if you don't get the trigger ever. Like that's just decent for the cost. So being able to pump it up by getting more creatures out just kind of adds to it. Dawn's Light Archer. 4/2 Flash and Reach. Each for 3 mana. I'd say it's somewhere in here-ish. Gilt-Leaf's Embrace. Flash, enchant creature. When this aura enters, enchanted creature gets trample and indestructible until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +2/+0. So effectively at least 4 points of means of benefit. It seems like it would be... I think it should be at least as good as Aquatech's defenses. Maybe even a little bit better. Just because, one, it's indestructible, so that blocks more stuff. Well, kind of, because, I mean, Hexproof blocks stuff that doesn't destroy. Indestructible blocks stuff that destroys but is not a spell. Or targeted ability. Great Forest Druid. When in green, for a 0/4, add 1 mana of any color. It's not a terrible rate when developing, gives you some ramp. But In all other circumstances, it does absolutely nothing for you, other than be a blocker for some small creatures. And as you get further into the game past turn 2, the creatures are likely going to get larger and larger. Or at least more numerous. That seems like a D. You know what? C-. Lizalana Informant. When this creature enters or dies, surveil 1. Okay, just like a... I think probably just in here. You know, just a on-rate vanilla with upside. Midnight Tilling. Mill 4 cards, and you may return a permanent card from among them to your hand. Seems pretty situational. Could be decent when you're at parity to just kind of dig for something good. And triggers any, like, card enters your graveyard synergies and whatnot. It definitely seems like there's a number of cards that care about the graveyard. Or potentially. Also, it doesn't affect the field directly, so I'm gonna say probably actually a D+. Mist Meadow Council. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a Kithkin. When this creature enters, draw a card. And it's a 4/3 for... Is a 4/3 for at best 4. That seems like a D+ to me. Well, low C- could work because it's a cantrip. Three, 4/3. Yeah, you pretty much want to be on... You pretty much only really want to cast this if you have a Kithkin or you're desperate for creatures or drawing a card. Like, you probably have better ways to spend the 5 mana. And otherwise... Safe Right Cavalry. This creature can't be blocked by more than one creature. 5, target elf you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. And is a 4 mana 4/4 with upside. I think probably right about here. Surly Farrier. Target creature you tap, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Otherwise, it's a 2 mana 2/2. Seems like probably like a C. Tin the Sprigs. Search your library for a basic land card, and put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. If you control 7 or more lands or tree folk, create a 3/4 green tree folk token with reach. So without that is just 3 mana, get a tapped basic land. Seems like a C if you've got the... Like, you know, if you can get the secondary benefit, great. Not quite as good if you don't. Especially at sorcery speed. Unforgiving Aim. Choose one. Destroy target creature with flying. Destroy target enchantment. Or create a 2/2 black and green elf creature token. I mean, it's a little expensive for making a 2/2. And otherwise it's kind of just... Yeah, it's basically Airship Crash, but without the cycling and without the... the ability to target an artifact. Although, it is at least an instant. Which helps make up for the fact that it is technically better crushing Canopy. So I feel like probably actually B-. Wildvine Pummeler. Vivid. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each color among permanents you control. So that basically means that often it's gonna be like 5 rather than... Because usually in Limited you tend to aim for 2 colors. So if you've got a permanent of each of your colors out, although with the amount of hybrid, you might have more. So, but just assuming that you're in 2 colors and have a creature of each of those 2 colors out, this becomes a 5 mana 6/5 with reach and trample. So that's 3 additional points. So 11, 14. It's already good on the French vanilla test at its base cost. Even better the more colors you have. Alright, on to the multicolor or commons with Chaos Spewer. When this creature enters, you may pay 2. If you don't, blight 2. For 5/4. Seems pretty solid size-wise. If you've got a different creature that you don't mind blighting. Since that lets you get a 5/4 with that lets you get a 5/4 for 3 mana. Like, worst case scenario, it's a 3/2 for 3 mana, which is slightly worse than you would generally want for a for a 3 mana creature. So I'm gonna say it's C+. Namely, if you can blight a different creature. Chitinous Graspling, Changeling, and Reach. 3/4 for 4 mana. Reach is generally worth 1 point, so I'd say it is. I'd say it's somewhere in the C minus, just because, like, at base it's 3/4 reach, but also it gains a benefit. It benefits from every single typal effect you have. Feisty Spikeling. Meaning it. 2 mana for 2/1 with Changeling, and during your turn, this creature has first strike. I'm gonna say that's effectively like 1 point, since it's only some of the time that has first strike. But that's otherwise a creature at the rate you would expect for its mana cost, and it has the upside of Changeling in a set that cares about creature types. When this creature enters, and whenever you cast has a spell with mana value 4 or greater, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. It's a 3/2. I mean, it's repeatable as long as you've got 4 mana a value or greater spells. Like, it makes all of your spells that are bigger than it cantrips. Well, you also have to discard a card. But I'd say that's enough to get it into C rather than C minus. Gangly Stompling. 4/2. So it's like all of the other changelings so far. Decently costed French vanilla with upside. Of getting every kindred bonus, every typal bonus as you can throw at it. This freak benefits from. Marrow Sky Swimmer. Convoke Flying Vigilance. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 white and blue merfolk creature token. So the flying and vigilance are, and bump it up by 3 points. So that's 7. 8 from the 1/1 that it makes. As long as you can convoke it a little bit, I'd say it's good. The coat would help if it was a little bit bigger. Mischievous Sneakling. 2/2. Changeling and Flash. We've got another C tier air changeling. Prideful Feastling. Changeling and Lifelink. Another C tier, I would say. Stoic Grove Guide. Exile this card from your graveyard. Create a 2/2 black and green elf creature token, activated only as a sorcery. And it's a 5/4. I'd say it gets to be a little bit higher than Gold Meadow Nomad because the token's bigger, the creature itself is bigger, and it's in colors that seem to care about putting stuff in the graveyard. Wary Farmer. At the beginning of your end step, if another creature entered the battlefield you'll control this turn, surveil 1. Otherwise, it's just a 3/3 with upside. Well, it is just a 3/3 with upside, so C-ish. Right. Colorless. Changeling Wayfinder. Changeling, when this creature enters, you may search the library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Worst Changeling so far, I would say. Well, yeah, getting a 1/2 for. Yeah, I'd say that's a C- Changeling. Rooftop Percher, Changeling, Flying. When this creature enters, exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. You gain 3 life. It's a 5 mana 3/3 with Flying. So I guess the question is, like, do those other abilities bump it up by like 2 points? Seems like maybe it's another C-. Beardock Core. Changeling. Add 1 mana of any color. This art in 4. This artifact becomes a 4/4 artifact creature until end of turn. It has every creature type because it has Changeling. Otherwise, it's a mana rock for 3. That seems like a D+ to me. Forging Wickermaw. When this creature enters, surveil 1. And it can filter mana for you once per turn. And it's a 1/3, so it is does pass the vanilla test with the upside, but the upside just isn't spectacular. Stalactite Dagger. When this equipment enters, create a 1/1 colorless shapeshifter creature token with Changeling. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and is all creature types. That seems very good. Mostly held back by the fact that it's an equipment. And thus, like, for example, if you're behind and have no creatures, does nothing for you. Well, it gives you a creature, so it's one of the better equipments. Alright, on to the uncommons. Starting with Klaken Ritual. Well, Klaken Festival. Kindred Enchantment Kithkin. When this enchantment enters, create 2 1/1 and green and white Kithkin creature tokens. You're getting 4 power and toughness spread throughout 2 bodies, and the ability to spend 5 mana to make more. I'd say that's a C. Crib Swap. Kindred Instant Shapeshifter. Changeling. And you get exile target creature, its controller creates a 1/1 colorless shapeshifter creature token with Changeling. I believe that is it has similarities to Stroke of Midnight. I'm gonna say that is B+ territory, since it's 3 mana to exile a creature at instant speed. Like, sure, they get a creature that still they get 1/1 that still benefits from all of their kindred synergies, but right. Encumbered Regery, or Regery, whichever way it's pronounced. This creature enters with 3 -1/-1 counters on it. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, while it has a -1/-1 counter on it, remove a -1/-1 counter from it. And it's 2 mana for what will effectively be a 2/1. So very similar to the Down Guard. Its benefit being that it costs less. Evershrake's Gift. I have to enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has flying. 1 white, Blight 8/2. Return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Activate only as a sorcery. I mean, that seems pretty good. I'm gonna say that's at least a B. Yeah, B+. Flock Imposter. Creature, Shapeshifter, Changeling, Flash, Flying. When this enters, return up to one other target creature you control to its owner's hand. The flash and the flying make that just upside. Well, that and the changeling. I'd say probably, yeah, actually because of the changeling, maybe it goes into B. Kinsbale Aspirant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, behold a Kithkin or pay 2. To behold a Kithkin, choose a Kithkin you control or reveal a Kithkin card from your hand. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That doesn't seem great, honestly. Well, it's at least as good as a down guard. Kithkeeper. Vivid. When this creature enters, create a X/1/1 green and white Kithkin creature tokens, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. This creature gets plus... Oh, that seems... I mean, it is 6 and a white to cast it. And most of the time you're only getting 2... That seems like a B- at best. Yeah, actually C+ maybe. Meander's Guide. Whenever this creature attacks, you may tap another tapped merfolk you control. When you do, another untapped merfolk you control. When you do, return target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That seems great. It's at least a B. Yep, B+. That's honestly. Moonlit Lamenter. This creature enters with a -1/-1 counter on it, so it enters as a 1/4, and you can remove a counter from it to draw a card if you pay 2 mana. Yeah, I think Kithkeeper goes down 1. Yeah, actually, these just go in the same name area. Personify. Exile target creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Create a 1/1 uncolorless shapeshifter creature token with changeling. I mean, that seems solid. Protective Response. Convoke. Destroy target attacking or blocking creature. Also seems rather good. Personify could probably go down 1, just depending on how good. Depending on if you've got good stuff to bounce. Pyrrhic Strike. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may blight 2. choose one. If this spell's additional cost was paid, choose both instead. I mean, just the destroy target creature with mana value 3 or greater seems good. Of course, you know, maybe I'm just more easily impressed by the uncommons because they're a bit stronger than the commons. And I haven't really seen much of the rares. Thought-Weft Imbuer. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of Kithkin you control. It's got 5 points on the vanilla test. I'm gonna say like B-. Because I know Team Avatar has performed well at times. And that's a similar effect. Like, this is basically just Kithkin you control have exalted. Melded, I think. Yeah, whenever this creature whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So it is effectively Kithkin you control have exalted. Wonderbrine Trapper. Tap another untapped creature you control. Tap target creature an opponent controls. I mean, it can help in parity. Not the worst thing in development. I'm gonna say D+. Does have the benefit of providing an additional way to get your tap effects. Bark of Doran. Equipped creature gets +1. As long as the equipped creature's toughness is greater than its power, it assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. I mean, fairly solid for an equipment, I suppose. It's probably at least he's a C+. Burdened Stoneback. This creature enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it. Remove a counter from this creature and pay 2 to have target creature gain indestructible until end of turn. And unlike some of the other creatures that enter with -1/-1 counters on them, this one by default passes the vanilla test. That seems like maybe a C+. On to the blue uncommons. Gleamer Gifter. Flying a flash for manage on a 1/2 for 2, so that's 7 points. When this creature enters, choose up to one other target creature. Until end of turn, that creature has base power and toughness 4 or 4 and gains all creature types. Seems pretty decent. Illusion Spinners. When you may cast a spell as I have Flash if you control a fairy. Fairy flying. This creature has hexproof as long as it's untapped. So 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna say 10 because it's got hexproof some of the time. I'd say it's solid. Lofty Dreams. Convoke. Enchant creature. When this aura enters, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. No one has flying. So you're getting effectively 4 points worth of creature added onto one of your creatures. No, 6 points. Sammo, especially if you can convoke it. Okay, it seems pretty decent. Noggle the Mind. Flash, enchant creature. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a colorless Noggle with power and toughness 1 on 1. I mean, that's gonna be a death sentence for a lot of creatures, so... And it's a flat. And it's an aura with flash, so... Seems like a B+. Omni Changeling. Changeling. Convoke. You may have this creature enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield except it has Changeling. So basically, if you're not, at least if you're not convoking it, you're definitely going to want to be targeting something that is a respectable 5-mana creature. I'd say it's a B just because, like, 1 might not always have great targets, and 2 is more expensive than a lot of other... Without convoking it is more expensive than a lot of other clone effects. Pestered Wilgard. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying. It is a 3/2. But if you tap it once, you get a 1/1. And you can keep and as long as you can keep tapping it, you can keep making more 1/1s. I'd say that is enough to make up for being a little small. Rhyme Chill. Vivid. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each color among permanents you control. Tap up to 2 target creatures, put a stun counter on each of them. So if you're in a 2-color deck, it will often be 5 mana for a cantrip that has a couple creatures down for 2 turns. Could be decent some of the time, at least if the game's running long. Rankin Recluse. When this creature enters, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. Okay, it's... Well, I think it might actually be an A-, because that has some of the same, well, you know, high B+. It's got some of the same energy, but not quite as Invasion Submersible. Because that's, you know, that didn't come into play as a creature, but it can return a non-land permanent rather than specifically creature. So there is that. Shine Striker. Flying. Vivid. When this creature enters, draw cards equal to the number of colors among permanents you control. It's a 3/3 with flying. Assuming that you've got 2 colors of creatures out. Oh, and I guess maybe if it counts itself, you might not even need 2 permanents out on the field other than it. So 6, 7, 8. I feel like that's a B-. Just because, like, it's not super impressive. Like, it's a big flyer, but also it's an expensive big flyer. Right, but the Kith Keeper. I mean, at least this thing always has flying. Silvergill Mentor. It's an additional cost to cast a spell. Behold a merfolk will pay 2. When it enters, create a 1/1 and white and blue merfolk creature token. They're getting 5 power and toughness for a minimum of 2 mana, up to 4 mana if you don't have a merfolk to behold. So let's see, 5 is... I'd say it's worthwhile if you behold. Spell Snare. Counter target spell with mana value 2. Specifically. You know what? Sideboard, I guess. Because that is extremely narrow. Swat Away. This spell costs 2 less as the cast if a creature is attacking you. Doesn't have to target the creature that's attacking you, interestingly. The owner of target spell or creature puts it... Which, yeah, it can target a spell. You know if target spell or creature puts on their choice at the top or bottom of their library. Kenufel Little Rhyme Speaker. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, draw a card. So it is a better, so it's in some ways a better version of Flaring Cinder. Like, the ability is a little bit of an upgrade because you don't have to discard every time. But it's 4 mana for a 6/6. I'm gonna put it as a C-, maybe upgrading it, well, C+, and maybe upgrade it to the B tiers if it looks like there's a lot of, if it looks like you get a lot of opportunities to play 4 mana value or greater spells. Right, Thirst for Identity. 3 mana, draw 3 cards and discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature card. I think that goes in probably C, C-. Like, it's less expensive to cast than Unexpected Assistance, but you don't always get to keep 2 of the cards. You have to discard a creature card in order to keep 2 cards from it. Unwelcome Sprite. Flying whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, Surveil 2. And it's a 2/1. I mean, it's a flyer with, I mean, it's a... I'm gonna say C+ because it's like a... not a terrible flyer with situational upside. Wonderwine Farewell. Convoke. Return up to 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. If you control a Merfolk, create a 1/1 white and blue Merfolk creature token for each permanent returned to its owner's hand this way. And it costs 7 mana. Seems like maybe a B-. Because, I mean, that is a pretty potent effect if you can get it to work. You know, if you can get the 7 mana or convoke it down to something you can afford. Alright, so we're on to the black uncommons. It's currently 3. Dose of Dawnglow. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then if it isn't your main phase, blight 2. And it's 4 into black. For an instant. I guess it's not terrible. Like, probably would be better if it wasn't quite so expensive. Gnarlbark Elm. When this creature enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it, making it effectively a 1/2 entry. But you can remove 2 counters from it to give target creature -2/-2 until end of turn. Yeah, that does seem a little bit better. Oh, and you have to pay 3 black, but you have to pay 2 into black. Grave Shifter. Changeling. When this creature enters, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Right, and it's 4 mana for a 2/2. I mean, I guess that's fine. Like, it works with the graveyard synergies Black has going on. Gut Splitter Gang. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may Blight 2. If you don't, you lose 3 life. And it's a 6/6 for 4. Seems probably like at least a B-, especially if you can get good stuff going with Blight. Iron Shield Elf. Discard a card. This creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. I have seen fairly good cards that have that effect, so I'd say at least a B-. Mud Button Curse Tosser. It's an additional cost to cast a spell. Behold a Goblin. Or pay 2. This creature can't block. When this creature dies, destroy target creature and opponent controls with power 2 or less. And it's a 2/1. I guess it's only a little bit better than the Gold Meadow Nomad. Especially if you can't manage to behold. Nameless Inversion. Changeling. Target creature gets +3 and -3 and loses all creature types until end of turn. Seems like it'll hit a fair amount of stuff. I'll put it in B for now. Nightmare Sower. Flying Lifelink. When you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, put a -1/-1 counter on up to 1 target creature. I mean, it seems pretty good. Get a little bit of what can be removal. Removal at certain points. Just for casting stuff on your opponent's turn. Right, it's got 5 points of power and toughness. +3 for its abilities. So that brings it up to 8. so it is an on-rate French vanilla with additional upside. Yeah, I'd say fairly decent additional upside. Perfect intimidation. Choose one or both. Target exiles 2 cards from their hand, or remove all counters from target creature. I mean, I guess it can be good to protect your own creatures, because the only counters that really seem to be happening here are -1/-1. So you mostly want to, unless it's one of the creatures that can like shrug off counters for benefit, you kind of want to leave -1/-1s on opponent's creatures. Seems mostly good if you're ahead, because that, at least, well, I mean, choose one or both, so you can always exile 2 cards from an opponent's hand, and regardless of whether you're removing all counters from a target creature or not. Requiting Hex. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may blight 1. Destroy target creature with mana value 2 or less. If this spell's additional cost is paid, you gain 2 life. That seems like a B. Wretched Wretch. When this creature dies, if it had a -1/-1 counter on it, return it to the battlefield area of someone who's controlling it loses all abilities. Interesting. And it just loses all abilities, like, that that's an effect that I feel like you don't see very often, and often in paper, since it just permanently loses all of its abilities, rather than it being like until end of turn or something. And it's a 4/2, so this is a vanilla test with upside, I guess. Shimmer Creep. 3/5, 5 mana, 8, 9, 10 for the menace. So it passes the vanilla test. Its ability to hit the opponent directly when it enters is just that's an added benefit. I say the biggest thing that could hold this back is its casting cost of 5. Unbury. Choose one. Return target creature, hit your card from your graveyard to your hand. And return 2 target creature card Cards that share a creature type from your graveyard to your hand. It seems pretty decent. Bogart Mischief. When this enchantment enters, you may blight one. If you do, create 2 1/1 black and red creature tokens. Whenever a goblin creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That seems real solid. And Creekwood Safe Right. This creature enters with 3 -1/-1 counters on it, making it effectively a 2/2 when it enters. At the beginning of your upkeep, of your end step, if there is an elf card in your graveyard and this creature has a -1/-1 counter on it, remove a -1/-1 counter from this creature. So you do get to very passively remove the counters from it. And since it starts out on curve, or for the amount of mana you're spending on it, it just kind of grows. As long as you've got an elf in your graveyard, it will grow steadily as turns progress up until turn 5. So seems like it might even be a B-. Right, Darkness Descends. Put 2 -1/-1 counters on each creature. Against the right kind of deck, that can be... Oh, apparently... Yeah, I need to... do something real quick to fix my apparently broken visual effect. Yeah, there we go. Just can't hear it because of the music I have playing, but hopefully, played the audio and everything. Yeah, this is a Wrath if it's up against the right kind of deck. Against a bunch of little creatures. Seems like a B+, us at least. On to red. Boulder Aggressor. Double Strike. Other giants you control have Double Strike. I'm gonna assume the Double Strike is 2. because it's on my list. So 5, 6, 7. I'd say that makes it. I'd say giving your other giants double strike makes it worth it if you've got a good number of giants. Boulder Dash. Boulder Dash deals 2 damage to any target and 1 damage to any other target. And it's sorcery speed. I think that probably makes it like a B-. Explosive Prodigy. One red for a 1/1 Vivid. When this creature enters, it deals X damage to target creature and opponent controls, or X is the number of colors among permanents you control. So it's kind of like I think it's a C+, honestly. Yeah, no. Low B-. Flame Braider. Add 2 mana and any combination of spells. Spend this mana only to cast elemental spells or activate abilities of elemental sources. It is by and largely a 2/2 with upside. But it's decent upside, so C+. That's at least. Giant Fall. Choose one. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power or to target creature and opponent controls, or destroy target artifact. Seems pretty good. Yeah, should be at least on par with Assert Perfection, since it is very similar. But at instant speed. Go now. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. If that creature is a goat, it also gets +3/+0 until end of turn. I mean, I don't think we've had any goats, but it is actually better in this specific format because of all the changelings. I'm gonna put it at C, because I mean it is mostly just a treason effect. Impolite Entrance. Target creature gains trample and haste until end of turn. Draw a card. Well, effectively gives you like 3 points worth of value on the vanilla test. I'm gonna put in C for the time being. Kindle the Inner Flame. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it has haste, and at the beginning of your end step, sacrifice this token. Flashback. 1 red, behold 3 elementals. Seems pretty decent if you've got a target. Probably not as good as Omni Changeling, since you have to specifically control the target. And it doesn't stick around. But if it's something that has a very good enters or dies effect, then you can get that off pretty easy. Without putting the creature that originated it at risk. Lasting Tarfire. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on a creature this turn, this enchantment deals 2 damage to each opponent. That seems pretty solid. Especially with the sheer number of things that, like, especially if you can build around Blight. It's probably mostly, from the looks of it, for the Rakdos goblins. Seer. Seer deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker at instant speed. Seems pretty dang good for 2 mana. Sizzling Changeling. When this creature dies, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. I'd say that makes up for being a little bit below curve for the vanilla test. Soulbright Seeker. As an additional cost to cast a spell, behold an elemental or pay 2. Red. Target creature you control gains trample until end of turn. If this is the 3rd time this ability has resolved this turn, add 4 red. So as long as you're targeting at least 4 creatures, it's free. I think that's a B-. Sourbread Ante. When this creature enters, you may blight 2. If you do, create 2 1/1 on black and red goblin creature tokens. So you get the same amount of power and toughness regardless. And and since it's blight, you don't even have to put them on the ante. So it's either 7 in the form of 4 and the form of 4/3. I mean, there seems to be a fair bit of, you can remove -1/-1 counters from this creature to get an effect. So I'd say probably C+ at least. Squawk Roaster. Double Strike. Squawk Roaster's power is equal to the number of colors among impermanents you control. So at the most basic, it is a 1/4 with Double Strike. Generally, you want a 4/4. I'd say it's because of the double strike, I'd say it's at least a C+. Sting Slinger. When red, tap Blight 1. This creature deals 2 damage to each opponent. It is a 3/3 with upside, so Lorwyn Torchmaster. At the beginning of your King of Combat on your turn, you may Blight 1. When you do, target creature gains haste until end of turn. It's another... That's a 2/2 with... Another 2/2 with upside. So moving on to green, we've got Blossoming Defense. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Where did I put the other thing that gives temporary hexproof? There it is. I'd say it's probably around the same area as the Aquatex defenses. It's less, it costs less. Although it doesn't give the lasting bonus. Bristlebane Outrider. This creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. As long as another creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, this creature gets +2/+0. So, if you have another creature entering the field, it is a 5/5 with some level of evasion. Definitely decent value for the mana. That seems like a B-. Chomping Changeling. When this creature enters, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment, and it's a 1/2 with Changeling. I feel like this might be sideboard. Dundulin Weaver. When this creature enters, if you control 3 or more creatures, return target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. I mean, seems decent. Like, if you've got the other 2 creatures, it helps to make up for the fact that it is a little bit small. Luminolisk. Death Touch. Vivid. When this creature enters, you gain life equal to the number of colors those among permanents you control. It's a 2/4. 6, 7. So 7-point French vanilla with the upside of life gain. I'd say C. List Alana Dignitary. It's an additional cost to cast this. Behold an elf or pay 2. Add 2 green. Activate only if there's an elf in your graveyard. So you get an immediate return on investment on your next turn if you were able to behold an elf and have an elf in your graveyard. So I'm gonna say that's a C just because it's a little situational. Moon Vigil Adherence. Trample. This creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and each creature card in your graveyard. That seems very good. Like, as long as you've got at least 3 other creatures on the field or graveyard. Actually, having any other creature on the field or graveyard is enough to make 4 mana worth it for a 2/2 trample. And having it get bigger? Even better. I'm gonna say that that's a B+. Morkant's Eyes. At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. 4 black. Sacrifice this enchantment. Create X 2/2 black and green elf creature tokens, where X is the number of elf cards in your graveyard. Activate only as a sorcery. That can be a lot of elves if you've got a lot of elves to put in the graveyard. And it helps you put elves in the graveyard. That seems like at least a B-. Pitiless Fists. Enchant creature you control. When this aura enters, enchanted creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. And it gets +2/+2. So, if it's targeting a 2/2, it just kills it. Seems like pretty solid green removal. Maybe not as good as Assert Perfection. Well, yeah, it is a little bit on the pricey side into cast. So maybe it's actually just a B. Prisma Basher. Trample. When this creature enters up to the X target creatures you control get +X until end of turn, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. That's at least +1. And it is a 6/6 with... It is a 6/6 trample for 6 with upside. Prismatic Undercurrents. When this enchantment enters, search your library for up to X basic land cards, where X is number of colors among permanents you control. Reveal those cards, put them into your hand, then shuffle. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. I mean, it's ramp. It's mostly going to be useful in exactly one quadrant. But it does its job fairly well. Pummeler for hire. Vigilance, Reach, Ward 2. When this creature enters, you gain X life, where X is the greatest power among giants you control. So minimum 4. Since even if this is the only giant in your entire deck, including changelings, you're getting at least 4 life. Vigilance and Reach. I'd say it's decent. Like, it's at least a C. Shimmer Wild's Growth. As this aura enters, choose a color. Enchanted land is the chosen color. Whenever enchanted land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional mana, an additional 1 mana of the chosen color. Still, you know, once again, all it does is ramp. And it's not even on a creature. Not left charge. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. If a creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card. I mean, fairly decent combat trick. Finebred Brawler. This creature must be blocked if able. Whenever this creature attacks, another target elf you control gets +2/+1 until end of turn, and it's a 4/2. So, passes the vanilla test with upside. Virulent Emissary. Death Touch. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. I mean, as far as... yeah, it gets to be a C- because as far as 1/1s for 1, it's one of the better ones. Yeah, it has 3 points on it because it's got Death Touch. Devoted Druid. Add green. Put a -1/-1 counter on this creature. Untap this creature. I mean, I know with the right synergies it can go nuts, but I don't think the synergies are in the set. Like, I think it got, like, pre-banned in Historic because it has synergies there. But otherwise, it is basically just Llanowar Elves with maybe a little bit more oomph. Right, so we've got the first of the signpost cards, I believe. You've Bogart Curse Crafter. 2/3 with Death Touch. So it passes the vanilla test. Well, the French vanilla test. Whenever another goblin you control dies, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Yeah, maybe I'll bump these two up just because you specifically want your goblins dying. I think at least if you get the Curse Crafter. Deep Channel Duelist. At the beginning of your end step, untap target merfolk you control. Other merfolk you control get +1/+1. And it's a 2/2 for 2. It seems pretty good. Eclipsed Bogart. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a goblin, swamp, or mountain card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. See, seems like a C. Eclipsed Elf. Same shit. Like they just flipped the power and toughness around on that one. Eclipsed Flamekin, also the same thing. Blister Baron. Vivid. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. You would normally want it to be like a 5/5 to really pass the vanilla test, so I think C-, honestly. Hovel Hurler. This creature enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it. Pay 2 and remove a counter from this creature. Another target creature you control gets +1/+1 flying until end of turn. And it's a 6/7. Did they know? I mean, surely they could not have predicted, because like they make the sets years in advance. This creature enters with 2 -1 counters, so it's actually a 4/5. But I would say its upside is enough to get it at least a C+. Morkant's Loyalist. Other elves you control get +1/+1. And when this creature dies, return another target elf from your graveyard to your hand. I think probably at least as good as the other signposts. Noggle Robber. When this creature enters or dies, create a treasure token, so effectively you're paying 2 mana for it. So, viewing it in the lens of it being a 2 mana 3/3, that's fairly decent. Reaping Willow. Lifelink. This creature nature enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it. So effectively it enters as a 1/4. Pay 2 and remove 2 counters from this creature. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That seems pretty solid. Thoughtweft Lieutenant. Whenever this creature or another Kithkin you control enters, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. Should be at least as good as these, maybe actually a little bit higher. Because I can see, if you can get enough like cheap Kithkin together, stacking a lot of that bonus. Twin Flame Travelers. Flying. If a triggered ability of another elemental you control triggers, it triggers an additional time. And you're getting at least 8 points on the... And it's on the French vanilla test, so... Seems decent. It seems like it's gonna probably be one of the better... if the synergies pay off well, one of the better... There's signposts and commons. Voracious Tome Skimmer. Flying. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card. So 5, 6, 7... Yes, it seems pretty good. Manamorphose. I mean, if you get it, it's free. Draw a card. Like, I'm pretty sure this is like a combo piece in Storm decks. Risen Reef. Whenever this creature or another elemental you control enters, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield. It'll tapped. If you don't put the card onto the battlefield, put it into your hand. It's a 1/1. I'd say D tier. Because its only upside is ramp. And that only really does much in one quadrant. Good old Slippery Bogle. 1/1 with hexproof. I don't know I don't think there's really enough enchantments and equipments for you to really be bogling in this format. But you know what? Build around A. If you can truly bogle, then you can bogle. Like if you manage to bogle, you will bogle hard. As this artifact enters, choose elemental, elf, giant, goblin, kithkin, merfolk, or treefolk. Whenever a permanent you control all of the chosen type enters, you gain 1 life. You may pay 2 and sacrifice this artifact to return target card of the chosen type from your graveyard to your hand. I mean, seems pretty good. Gathering Stone. As this artifact enters, just choose a creature type. Spells you cast of the chosen type cost 1 less to cast. When this artifact enters in the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's a card of the chosen type, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put it into your hand, and you may put it into your graveyard. That seems also pretty good. Puka's Eye. When this artifact enters, draw a card, then choose a color. This artifact becomes the chosen color. Draw a card. Activate only if there are 5 colors among permanents you control. I mean, with the amount of hybrid, that is much more doable than in other formats. But it is only just drawing cards. Springleaf Drum. Tap an untapped creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Seems especially good with merfolk. Which, I mean, there's merfolk in the art. But it is just ramp. Alright, it's 4 AM. So we're moving on to the rares. Kin Binding. Creatures you control get +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures that enter the battlefield under your control this turn. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. That's gonna make a lot of Kithkin over time. Every single turn you're getting +1/+1. Kinscare Sentry. First strike, lifelink. On a 2/2 for 2. That certainly passes the vanilla test. Whenever this creature attacks, you may put a creature card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield, where X is the number of attacking creatures you control. Yeah, if you can get some of the rares, some of the rare Kithkin stuff. Thoughtweft Lieutenant has potential to go nuts. Oh yeah, just put a creature from your hand onto the battlefield attack. Adept Water Shaper. Other tapped creatures you control have indestructible. I mean, that just completely shuts down some of the removal spells. And it's a 3/4 for... I'd say it's less wild than the Sentry or the Kin Binding, so... Risk the Evermore. Flash. When this enters, another target creature or you control gains Persist until end of turn. When it dies, if it had no -1/-1 counters on it, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a -1/-1 counter on it. White tap. Remove any number of counters from another target creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. I mean, fairly decent. 2/2 for 2 with Flash, so passes the French vanilla test. Slumbering Walker. This creature enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it. At the beginning of your end step, you may remove a counter from this creature. When you do, return target creature card from or with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And by default is a 2/5, 7 points. I would say the resurrection effect is worth it in the right deck. Winnowing. Convoke. For each player, you choose a creature that the player controls, and each player sacrifices all other creatures they control that don't share creature type with the chosen creature they control. I mean, the Convoke makes it a lot better. Seems pretty hard to really pull off. Brigid Klachin's Heart. When this creature enters or transforms into Brigid Klachin's Heart, create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay green. If you do, transform Brigid. Or Brigid. I think that's how you pronounce it. She becomes Brigid Down's Mine. With tap, add X green or X white, where X is the number of other creatures you control. Three, 2 for 3. I'd say the abilities are probably worth it. Champion of the Klachin. Flash. As an additional cost to cast a spell, behold a Kithkin and exile it. Other Kithkin you control get +1/+1. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card out to its owner's hand. Seems pretty decent. Ideal Tutor. How often are you tutoring in Limited? Especially since, it's a special guest. As it's fairly unlikely you're even gonna get one. Kinsbale Cavalier. Kithkin creatures you control have double strike. I mean, seems very good if you can get one. Champions of the Shoal. Whenever this creature enters or becomes tapped, tap up to one target creature and put a stun counter on it. Disruptor of the Currents. I think that seems like a B+, just because it's a little small, so like you really want to convoke it. This is a little small for its mana cost. Flitterwing Nuisance. Flying, this creature enters with a -1/-1 counter on it. 3. Remove a counter from this creature. Whenever a creature you control will deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker this turn, draw a card. I mean, not super impressive. I mean, it is a 2/2 for 1 if you get the counter off of it. It would be a lot better if it had synergy with, if you have synergy with drawing cards. Glyn Elendra, a Guardian. Flash, flying. This creature nature enters with a -1/-1 counter on it, but you can pay 2, remove a counter from this creature, counter target non-creature spell, its controller draws a card. And it's always a 2/5 with flash and flying at base, so I'd say fairly solid. Harmonized Crescendo. Convoke. Choose a creature type. Draw a card for each permanent you control of that type. Just gonna kind of put it with some of the other cards that just draw more cards. Rhymefire Torque. As this artifact enters, choose a creature type. Whenever a permanent you control the chosen type enters, put a charge counter on it. Remove 3 charge counters from this artifact and tap it. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Copying stuff tends to be pretty good. Sunderflock. This spell costs X less to cast, where X is the greatest mana value among elementals you control. Flying. When this creature enters, if you cast it, return all non-elemental creatures to their own hands. Oh. And if you've already got a big elemental on the field, it can be very cheap. It's got 12 points on it, so for the French vanilla test, so it costs 9 without any modification. So you would kind of want to have some fairly big elementals, but chances are if you're playing an elementals deck, you've got some some sizable elementals to also support this. Sig, Wanderwine Wisdom. Sig can't be blocked. When it enters or transforms into Sig, Wanderwine Wisdom, target creature gains. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, hero or planeswalker, draw a card. Earned until end of turn. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay white. If you do, transform Sig. Whenever this creature transforms into Sig, Wanderbrine Shield, target creature you control gains protection from each color until end of turn. I mean, seems decent. Mistbind Click. Flash Flying. Champion a fairy. When a fairy is championed with this creature, tap all lands target player controls. I mean, gives you some nasty tricks, but how often? You know what? Actually, yeah, like, potentially very good if you get it. Wanderwine Prophets. Champion a merfolk. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice a merfolk. If you do, take an extra turn after this. Right, Gloom Ripper. There, we're moving on to black. When this creature enters, target creature you control gets +X/+0 until end of turn, and up to one target creature your opponent controls gets -X, -0, -X until end of turn, where X is the number of elves you control plus the number of elf cards in your graveyard. Seems quite good. Grub, Storied Matriarch. Menace is whenever this creature enters or transforms into Grub, Storied Matriarch, return up to one target goblin card from your graveyard to your hand. And you may pay red to transform Grub on your first main phase. Menace, whenever Grub attacks, you may blight 1. Which this is Grub Notorious Anti. If you do, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of the blighted creature, except it has at the beginning of your end step, sacrifice this token. Moonsong Aria. Players can't draw cards or gain life. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player loses 3 life, searches their library for a card, puts it into their hand, then shuffles. I mean, the ideal situation is to have your opponent just already be at 3. So they just instantly die because if they don't lose, they are drawing the best card left in their entire deck. Effectively. So I'd say it's at best a D+. Just because of the sheer amount of situational factors. Taster of Wares. When this creature enters, target opponent reveals X cards from their hand, where X is the number of goblins you control. You choose one of those cards and exile. So that player exiles it. If an instant or sorcery card is exiled this way, you may cast it for as long as you control this creature, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. A- is mostly just because it's kind of dependent on what kind of instant sorceries you can get. It could completely whiff, and it'll only effectively be a discard or a card. Twilight Diviner. When this creature enters, surveil 2. Whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if they entered or cast from a graveyard, create a token that's a copy of one of them. This ability triggers only once each turn. Well, this looks to be a card that's going to go in the circle. Because this will allow me to just keep making this will allow me to create tokens that are a copy of any creature that I reanimate. And in limited, that's going to, copy your reanimation effects effectively. Bloodline Bidding. Choose a creature type. Return all creature cards from the... Speaking of reanimation effects, I think mostly the downside to it is that it's expensive to cast if you're not convoking. Champion of the Weird. As an additional cost to cast a spell, behold a goblin and exile it. Pay 1 life, blight 2. Target opponent blights 2. Activate only as a sorcery. Whenever this creature leaves the battlefield, return exile a card to its owner's hand. Could backfire if your opponent is on a strategy that either thrives on blighting. Dawnhand Dissident. Tap Blight 1, Surveil 1. Tap Blight 2, exile target card from a graveyard. During your turn, you may cast creature spells from among cards you own, exile with this creature by removing 3 counters from among creatures you control in addition to paying their other costs. So it's worth noting that is not a reanimator effect for that other elf. I think this might be one of those rare occasions where 1-2 for 1 is worthwhile. I'll pass being like an early blocker and whatnot. Ashling Rekindled. Whenever this creature enters or transforms into Ashling Rekindled, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. You may pay blue on your first main phase is a transform. Whenever this creature transforms into Ashling Rhymebound, and at the beginning of your first main phase, add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast spells with mana value 4 or greater. You see, not terrible. Yeah, I'm not super impressed with it either. Champion of the Path. Whenever another elemental you control enters, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent, and it's a 7/3. Collective Inferno. Convoke. As this enchantment enters, choose a creature type. Double all damage that sources you control of the chosen type would deal. Inblaze his Epiphany. Inblaze Epiphany deals X damage to target creature. When that creature dies this turn, exile a number of cards from those in the top of your library equal to its power. Then choose a card to exile this way. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. I mean, I think a lot of its usefulness is gonna just be his removal. Because if you hit something too big, you might deck yourself. Oh, if it's late enough in the game. Goliath Daydreamer. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile that card with a dream counter on it instead of putting it into your graveyard as a result. Whenever this creature attacks, you may cast a spell from among cards you own in exile with dream counters on them without paying its mana cost. I mean, seems decent. A little bit of a build around. Hexing Squelcher. The spell can't be countered. Ward, pay 2 life. Spells you control can't be countered. Other creatures you control have ward, pay 2 life. I'd say probably an A-. Lava Leaper. All creatures have haste. Like, not just your creatures, all creatures. Whenever a player taps a basic land for mana, that player adds 1 mana of that type, that land, any type that land produced. I mean, seems a little dangerous. Because you're giving your opponent all of these effects too. Like, late game, like, it is fantastic when you're ahead, especially as a way to just close out a game. Just slam this sucker down after casting with, like, either a bunch of mana open or after casting a bunch of big non-haste creatures. But if you let an opponent untap with this on your field, you are probably in for a world of hurt because you just doubled your opponent's mana and gave all of their creatures haste. Scuzzback Scrounger. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may blight 1. If you do, create a treasure token. I mean, it's mostly just... I'd say it's better than Lava Leaper, just because it doesn't... You know, honestly, Lava Leaper, I think is a C. Just because of the sheer potential to backfire hard. Goblin Chieftain. Other goblin creatures you control will get +1/+1 and have haste. See, this is a better way to give all your creatures haste if you're in red and you're playing goblins. Only downside is this as a special guest, so you'll rarely see one. Goblin Sharpshooter. This creature doesn't untap during your untap step. Whenever a creature dies, untap this creature. Yeah, that's got a lot of potential. Again, if you get one. Heat Shimmer. Create a token that's a copy of target creature except as haste. Yeah, so again, if you can get one of these, it's pretty good. Alright, on to green. And then we get to multicolor, then colorless, and then we just have the mythics and we're done. Bristlebane Battler. Trample Ward 2. This creature enters with 5 -1/-1 counters on it. Oh, so it's and whenever another creature you control enters while this creature has a -1/-1 counter on it, remove a -1/-1 counter from this creature. So it's basically just Reluctant Downguard, but better. Well, bigger, at least. And with Trample on Ward 2. But starts out smaller. Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade Reluctant Downguard to C, just because of the sheer amount of putting creatures onto the battlefield the Kithkin are gonna be capable of. Champions of the Perfect. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card. Yeah, sure, that seems fine. Formidable Speaker. This creature enters, you may discard a card. If you do, search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Okay, 1, tap this, untap another target permanent. Oh, and it's a world champion card. Which means that the artwork is based on the actual appearance of the world champion that is honoring. Which for me, like, you know, cool thing that they do. Kinda wish the art was a little less hit or miss on not giving, like, Arthur guest star vibes. Of, like, yeah, we painstakingly recreated this person's face in levels of detail that we would not otherwise go through because otherwise we are not recreating the specific face of an existent human being. You know, like, I'm gonna hide the screen just in case something weird comes up. Oh, there's an entire category on the Arthur Wiki for Arthur celebrity guest stars. Like, see, like right here. You know, here's a photo of the actual guy. Here's how he's depicted in Arthur. Usually they do not give the aardvarks that much detail. Like, look at the pronounced chin. And the less cartoony eyes. Like, they're like, we want to make sure that you know that this is Frank Gehry. Like, they may very well have traced a photo of the man. Oh, R.L. Stine was apparently on Arthur, but there's no... Apparently... No, he's just not... Like, even though it's not... an actual character. He's not playing R.L. Stine. You can tell it's him. Because look at the mouth. And again, like compare Buster. No irises. No defined lips. Apparently Alex Trebek. See, this one's fine. Because they just kind of gave like an aardvark or perhaps a bear. Yeah, bear. The iconic Alex Trebek hair and mustache of a specific era. But also, but then there's also this lineup here that also has Mr. Rogers and Art Garfunkel in it. Yeah, that must be from Elwood City Turns 100. Yeah, Yo-Yo Ma is here. Yeah, like there's always just a vague uncanniness compared, like they just come across odd. And I think that sometimes happens with the World Champion Magic cards too. Like, let's see if I can find... You see, like, this isn't terrible. Which I think part of it might be that a lot of them, they make the face so small. That could be a blessing, that could be a curse. When you're... when you have, like, an exaggerated level of detail. It's also possible that they started making some of the art and they were like before they even knew who the world champion was gonna be. Because why do I feel vaguely like they kind of stuck this head on this body? Like honestly, if I became world champion, I'd be like, please don't depict me. Like let me just let my world champion card just be like not even be a creature, just have it be like, just let me have it be like an instant or something. Like Elite Spellbinder's fine. I think the ones with where the head is small because of distance, those are probably a little bit better. Of course, also, like, given that they put the world champion's full actual name, if I ever did become world champion, which chances are I'm not going to, not just because of odds of me competing at that level are very small, they're actually currently 0, because I don't really have much interest anymore in playing in tournaments for any formats for any of the formats that actually feed into the World Championship. But also, like, if I became World Champion, unless I can make a deal somehow for them to keep me anonymous, I'm not gonna tell y'all, because that would mean giving y'all my actual name, and I'm not gonna do that. Anyway, Formidable Speaker. When this creature enters, you may discard a card. If you do, search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. I mean, it's a fairly relevant tutor on a body. Mutable Explorer. When this creature enters, create a tapped Mutavault token. It's a land with tap, add, and colorless. And 1, this token becomes a 2/2 creature with all land types until end of turn. I guess that goes a fair bit to make up for it being a 1/1 for 3. Sapling Nursery, affinity for forests. Landfall, whenever a land you control enters, create a 3/4 green treefall creature token with reach. When in green, exile this enchantment to treefall forest you control, get indestructible until end of turn. I say it's a little bit of a build around, maybe synergy actually. Since you need landfall to really make good on it. So you can improve the values of like prismatic undercurrents. Selfless Safe Right. Flash, Convoke. When this creature enters, choose a creature type. The other permanents you control that type gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. I mean, could be fairly decent if you're behind, because that, well, probably more parity. Spry and Mighty. Choose 2 creatures you control. Draw X cards, and the chosen creatures get +X/+X and gain trample until end of turn, where X is the difference between the chosen creature's powers. I mean, seems pretty good. Tristan, Callous Cultivator. Death Touch. Whenever this creature enters or transforms into the Tristan and Callous Cultivator, mill 3 cards. Then if there is an elf card in your graveyard, you gain 2 life. At the beginning of your main phase, you may pay black to transform Tristan and into Tristan Penitent Kohler. Death Touch. Whenever this creature transforms into Tristan Penitent Kohler, mill 3 cards. Then you may exile an elf card from your graveyard. If you do, each opponent loses 2 life. I mean, 3/4 with Death Touch for 3 is decent in of itself, so. Helix Pinnacle. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you have 100 or more tower counters with this enchantment, you win the game. It's definitely a build around, that's for sure. If you can manage to get Devoted Druid and do the synergy, then you could potentially do this in a single turn. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, can't become untapped. They thought of that and opted to not make it where you can put Blossom Bind on your own Devoted Druid and to tap and untap infinitely. Yeah, Helix Pinnacle. It's kind of only gonna be good if you can find some way to make the massive number of tower counters happen. Leaf Crowned Visionary. Other elves you control will get +1/+1. And you can pay an extra green whenever you cast an elf to draw a card. I'd say decent. Regal Force. When this creature enters, draw a card for each green creature you control. Seven mana.
What am I? What am I? What am I? What am I?
Alright, Abigail. Eloquent First Year. 2 mana, or flying for a strike, lifeline, 1/1. And when Abigail enters, up to one other target creature loses all abilities. Put a first strike for a flying counter, a first strike counter, and a lifeline counter on that creature. Potentially very strong. Ashling's Command. Choose to create a token that's a copy of target elemental you control. Target player draws 2 cards. Ashling's Command deals 2 damage to each creature target player controls. Target player creates 2 treasure tokens. So you can effectively get one of those other effects for 3 mana, as long as you've got 5 mana to initially spend. Seems quite good. Ray of Clan and Stout Arm. When in white, tap another target creature you control gains flying and lifelink until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast a card without paying its mana cost, as if the spell's mana value is less than or equal to the amount of life gained this turn. Otherwise, put it into your hand. And it's a 4/4, so definitely pretty good. Bridget's Command. Create a token that's a copy of target Kithkin you control. Target player creates a 1/1 green and white 8 Kithkin creature token. Target creature you control gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Earn it. Target creature you control fights target creature and opponent controls. And that's all. Choose 2 for 3. Seems like an A to me. Deepway Navigator. Flash. When this creature enters, untap each of the merfolk you control. As long as you attack with 3 or more merfolk this turn, merfolk you control get +1/+0. Fairly solid. Not all that impressive. Although it does get you more than you would usually expect for 2 mana. Doran, Besieged by Time. Each spell you cast with toughness is greater than its power cost, has 1 less to cast. Whenever a creature you control attacks or blocks, it gets +X/+X, where X until end of turn. Where X is the difference between its power and toughness. It's like Doran and will actually swing as a 5/10. It's pretty good if you can make it work. Because I'd say that is a bit of a build around. Dreamheart Harvest. Each opponent exiles from Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they have exiled cards with total mana value 5 or greater this way. Until end of turn, you may cast cards exiled this way without paying their mana costs. I mean, you're getting a minimum of mana value 5. I think it's a C. Because like it can very much go either way. Figure of Fable. This creature becomes a Kithkin Scout. You can pay 1 to make it a Kithkin Scout with base power and toughness 2/3. You can pay 3 if it's already a Scout. It becomes a Kithkin Soldier with base power 4/5. 6 if it's a Soldier. It becomes an Avatar with base power and toughness 7/8 and protection from each of your opponents. I mean, decent if you can make that happen, I think. Grub's Command. Create a token that's a copy of target goblin you control. All creatures target player controls get +1/+1 and gain haste until end of turn. Destroy target artifact or creature. Target player mills 5 cards, then puts each goblin card milled this way into their hand. And that's choose 2 for 5 mana. Seems pretty good. High Perfect Morcant. Whenever High Perfect Morcant or another elf you control enters, each opponent blights. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Proliferate. Yeah, that's a real good HUD card for the Elves deck. Kyrol, Attentive First Year. Tap 2 untapped HUD creatures you control. Copy targeted triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets with a copy. They activate only once each turn. I think there's a bit of a build around aspect there. That has potential to be fairly strong. Because if you don't have any good triggered abilities to copy, he's just a 3/3 for 3. Lorwyn, an Imperfect Naturalist. Is when Lorwyn enters, mill 4 cards. Then you may put a creature card, hit or land card from your among the milled cards on top of your library. 2 and 3 black, tap, well, black-green hybrid. Discard a card, discard a land card. Create a 1/1 green, and black and green in-room creature token for each land card in your graveyard. I mean, seems pretty decent, especially if you build around it. Marilyn, Fey Ascendant. Flying. Whenever Marilyn or another elf or fairy you control enters, exile the top 2 cards of your target opponent's library. Once each turn, you may cast as a spell with mana value less than or equal to the number of elves and fairies you control, while from among cards exiled with Marilyn, and this turn without paying its mana cost. Yeah, I think Morecamp might actually be an A+. Rating schemes. Each non-creature spell you cast has Conspire. As you cast a non-creature spell, you may tap 2 untapped creatures you control that share a color with it. When you do, copy it. You choose new targets for the copy. Copy of a permanent spell becomes a token. Seems like you're gonna want to build around that at a fair bit, but it can be quite strong. Maybe not A+ strong, maybe not like A strong, more like A-. I think Grub's Command is probably... yeah, like some of these probably go into A. Xenar, Innovative First Year. At the beginning of your first main phase, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X non-land cards, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. For each of those colors, you may exile a card of that color from among the revealed cards, then shuffle. You may cast the cards exiled. You may cast the exiled cards this turn. I mean, it honestly seems not great. Like, I know there's like a gimmick deck you can build with this guy in Commander. This is not Commander. Shadow Urchin. Whenever this creature attacks, blight 1. Whenever a creature you control with 1 or more counters on it, it dies. Exile that many cards from the top of your library. Till your next end step, you may play those cards. I mean, seems decent. Zig's Command. And 3 mana for Kindred Sorcery. Choose to copy a Merfolk. Creatures target player controlled gain lifelink until end of turn. Target player draws a card. Tap target creature, put a stun counter on it. I mean, this kind of feels like it might be one of the weaker commands. Tam, Mindful First Year. Each other creature you control has hexproof from each of its colors. Tap target creature you control becomes all colors until end of turn. I mean, not terrible. Yeah, I think Figure of Fable could probably be up here. Tristan's Command. Create a token that's a copy of target elf you controlled. Return of one or two target permanent and cards from your graveyard to your hand. Destroy target creature or enchantment. Creatures target player controls get +3/+3 until end of turn. Untap them. I mean, it's the most expensive command to cast, but I think it's worth it. Mirror Mind Crown. As long as this equipment is attached to a creature, the first time you would create one or more tokens each turn. You may instead create that many tokens are copies of equipped creature. I mean, if you've got a good creature to equip it to, and some token generation effects, it's got potential. Dolmen Gate. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to attacking creatures you control. I mean, seems quite strong if you can get one. Especially for 2 mana. Door of Destinies. As this artifact enters, choose a creature type. When you cast a spell of the chosen type, put a charge counter on this artifact. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1 for each charge counter on this artifact. Alright. It's after 5, but we're in the home stretch. We're down to just the mythics. Curious Colossus. When this creature enters, each creature target opponent controls loses all abilities, becomes a coward in addition to its other types, and has base power and toughness 1/1. I mean, seems quite good. Hairdo, Carrier of Dawn. Flying, Lifelink. Creature spells you cast have Convoke. At the beginning of your main phase, you may pay... Your first main phase, you may pay black. If you do, transform Hairdo into Isilu, Carrier of Twilight. Flying, Lifelink, and each other non-token and creature you control has Persist. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay white. If you do, transform Isilu. Also seems very good. Morningtide's Light. Exile any number of target creatures at the beginning of your next end step. Return those cards to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control. Till your next turn, prevent all damage that will be dealt to you. Exile Morningtide's Light. I'd say, actually, build around. Because it's a mass flicker effect. It lets you flicker all of your creatures, all of your non-token creatures, and protects you from damage to make up for the fact that they're entering tapped. Ajani, Outland Chaperone. 3 mana Planeswalker. +1, create a 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature token. -2, Ajani deals 4 damage to target tapped creature. -8, look at the top X cards of your library where X is your life total. You may put any number of non-land permanent cards with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Yeah, that's definitely going to be an A+. Glen Elindra's Answer. This spell can't be countered. Counter all spells your opponents control and all abilities your opponents control. Create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying for each spell. All an ability countered this way. I think it will be a lot stronger in constructed. In Lockmare, creature, horse serpent. This creature enters with 3 -1/-1 counters on it. You may pay 2 to remove a counter from this creature, draw a card. Pay 3, remove 2 counters from this creature, tap target creature, put a stun counter on it. And it's effectively entering as a 1/2 for 2. It's not amazing. Mirror form. Each non-land permanent you control becomes a copy of target non-aura permanent. And that's permanent, because it doesn't say like until end of turn. But you know, if you don't have good targets or a good amount of non-land permanents, it's kind of dead. Oko, Lorwyn Liege. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may pay a green if you do transform Oko. On his Lorwyn Liege side, he has up to 1 target creature gains all creature types for +2, and +1, target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn. When he becomes Oko Shadowmoor Scion, he has the abilities -1, mill 3 cards. You may put a permanent card from among them into your hand. -3, create 2 3/3 green L creature tokens. And -6, choose a creature type. You get an emblem with creatures you control. Have all of the chosen type get +3/+3 and have vigilance and hexproof. I mean, once again, seems very good. Moon Shadow. Menace. This creature enters with 6 -1/-1 counters on it. Whenever 1 or more permanent cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, while this creature has a 1/1 counter, has a -1/-1 counter on it, to remove a -1/-1 counter from this creature. That seems like another build around. And probably like an A if you build around it well. Like if you're on a mill deck, like for example, if you're on some sort of self-mill, like the Elves deck is probably gonna get a lot of use out of that. Bitterbloom Bearer. Flash flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life and create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying. Yeah, that's Bitter Blossom, but with a body. Speaking of Bitter Blossom, it's also here as a special guest. Meek Attack. When red, you may put a creature card with total power and toughness 5 or less from your hand onto the battlefield. That creature gains haste. At the beginning of your next end step, sacrifice that creature. I mean, could be decent with what the Goblin deck seems to be trying to do. Soul Immolation. It's an additional cost to cast a spell, Blight X. X can't be greater than the greatest toughness among creatures you control. Soul Immolation deals X damage to each opponent and each creature they control. Now that seems real good. Spinerock Tyrant. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell with a single target, you may copy it. If you do, those spells gain Wither. You may choose new targets for the copy. We've got Aurora Awakener. Trample. Vivid. When this creature enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X permanent cards, or X is the number of colors among permanents you control. Put any number of those permanent cards onto the battlefield, then put the rest of the revealed cards on the bottom of your library in a random order. I mean, seems like probably at least an A. Because, like, I mean, it depends on what you get. Bloom Tinder. Or Vivid. Tap for each color among permanents you control. Add 1 mana of that color. I feel like that's not necessarily that good. Celestial Reunion. It's an additional cost to cast a spell. You may choose a creature type and behold 2 creatures of that type. Search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. If this spell's additional cost is paid and the revealed card is of the chosen type, put that card onto the battlefield instead of putting it into your hand. You know, this is kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! Adjacent. Like, you're basically just like basically like summoning a fusion monster. And I feel like that's another one where it's like, it's very dependent on what you have outside of it. Alright, we're down to the final 8. It's 5:30 almost. We've got Catharsis. When this creature enters, if 2 white was spent to cast it, create 2 1/1 white Kithkin creature tokens. When it enters, if a 2 red was spent to cast it, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain haste until end of turn. You can also evoke it for 2 rather than paying the full 6 mana. If you do pay the 6 mana, you can get both effects if you pay the right kinds of mana. And if you're paying for it and pay with at least 2 white, Like, you know, you're hard casting it and paying the 2 white. You do get 2 extra bodies. I'd say it's at least decent. Like at least an A, probably. A minus, somewhere in there. Deceit. Same kind of deal, but its body is a bit larger. And its effects are instead a bounce, and bounce for a non-land permanent, and a more expensive Thoughtseize that doesn't cost you any life. Seems at least as good as Catharsis. Emptiness. Resurrects a creature, or gives a creature 3/1/1s. Vibrance. 3 damage, hit to any target. And you can search up a land and gain 2 life. Wistfulness. Exile an artifact or enchantment. And draw 2 cards. And this seems like the worst out of all of them. Which Vibrance is a little bit better than the others, I think, because it's a little less expensive. Chronicle of Victory. As Chronicle of Victory enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +2/+2 and have First Strike and Trample. Yeah, that's definitely strong. Like, it's certainly a way to turn a game around. Or Painter's Servant. That is almost certainly an F, because, like, what are you gonna do with changing the colors of permanents? Like, maybe you could get some, like, very specific strategy going with Tam. 1000-Year Elixir. You may activate abilities of these creatures you control, so those creatures had haste. Untap up target creature. I mean, technically, if you had a way, you can find a way in this set to make Devoted Druid or any. Oh, hold on. Bloom Tinder, for example. So there's certainly at least one creature. It's Bloom Tinder, Lissalana Dignitary. Yeah. So technically, if you could get that, Helix Pinnacle, and one of the... and probably Lissalana Dignitary, you can win with Helix Pinnacle. Wait, no you can't, because you can only tap it once. I think is actually bad. If you had a way to keep untapping it, then it would be good. But otherwise, it is highly situational at best. So yeah, maybe it's D-. There might be something. There might be something that lets it go off. Yeah, I'll put it in the same area as some of the other super situational cards. Like, it doesn't always do nothing, it just does nothing the majority of the time. Alright, so that's the entire set. So that's what I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you to everyone who stopped by tonight. Next stream is planned for Monday with some Minecraft and maybe an update on the tier list based on what happens pre-release weekend. And hopefully, like, fingers crossed, I'll be able to do it on Twitch. Because, like, I have worked so hard to try and get Twitch to try and get a stable enough connection on Twitch to not start dropping frames within like a minute. Like dropping frame, like not just a few frames here and there, like half my frames. Names at points. On specifically Twitch. And I think I might be getting somewhere, I don't know. We will see how things go with the current projects to try and fix the situation. Either way, my links are in the description. Since this is on YouTube, there's no rating. And I hope to not have to be on this platform again on Monday, but I might be.